cam of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as they are translating from the S0 truss on the International Space Station about the midway point, the backbone of the International Space Station, and you can see the curvature of the Earth below him. And there is the Quest airlock right in front of him as he moves to go and stow the replaced rate gyro assembly number 2. As for NASA astronaut Suni Williams, she is making her way to the space-facing side of the Harmony module in preparations for the next task for today's EVA, the replacement of a planar reflector that is used for visiting vehicles in their approach to the International Space Station.
Deployed 1, very starboard 1.
Copy, Sunny. I think I copied. That was the starboard seat of cart brakes.
Support on that first, the starboard 1.
I'm at the airlock. Thermal cover's open.
Copy, Bill D.
I'm on the strip. Down to the back.
All right, Sunny, I have a couple words for you while you're translating. A few cautions as you head outboard. You want to avoid contact with the deployed CBM pedals, grapple pin, target, and shaft. And then you also do not want to translate on the WETA stanchion.
Okay.
And then lastly, as you...
Remind me the handrail I'm putting my green hood on?
Yeah, Affirm, I'm about to give that to you. The lab handrail 0272, it's going to be the forward end cone of the lab just above the cable tray.
And there you hear the communication to NASA astronaut Suni Williams Space Station en route to the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module, in which she will begin the second task of today's EVA after completion of the rate gyro assembly number 2, and that is to remove and replace a planar reflector. And that planar reflector is used among a variety of communications devices for visiting vehicles to measure distance and rate of closure.
And Sunny, I know you're still translating, I think, but maybe when you get to that green hook location, if you could check your HECA. We're still not seeing anything down here.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Ultra Mobile, home is never too far away. Whether you want to connect to loved ones here or abroad, Ultra provides unlimited nationwide talk, global text, and unlimited talk to 90-plus international destinations, all on the T-Mobile 5G network. And for a limited time, get 20% off our 5GB plan and pay only $16 a month. Visit ultramobile.com to start saving today.
Small. That we move by BRT red. Starting the two-lock guard bundle.
Copy.
Have the crew lock bag on BRT red. Good hook. One out of the airlock.
Copy, Nick.
Do you have my HECA yet?
Unfortunately not, Sunny. We're still working it down here. If you are making your way over there on the Zenith side of PMA, I have some handrail numbers for you if you need them. Otherwise, we're looking for PMA 3 with 5 for the APFR install. And Sunny, we just have one more request for you to just check that camera one more time for us. Sorry about that.
The camera again. I have a green light.
All right, we copy, Sunny. You're seeing a green light.
I'm at the vertical handrail right now. PMA 3. Not on it quite yet. I'm still on the front of node 2.
Copy, Sunny. Thanks for the updates. Nick, once you are ready to start translation, we're looking for glove, hap, and safer handle checks.
Got it. Black bag is on my BRT, closing the thermal cover. Cover's closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. And Nick, can you just confirm that you did leave your PGT in the airlock? I don't think we heard that clear.
Oh, I did not. Let me do that.
Copy, good checks.
Remind me of the clocking.
Sunny, we're looking for clocking of 10.
That is on the single line.
Affirm, that'll be single line clocking of 10.
Still checking. Okay. 10, November. One. Let's get the other. Close.
Now 1 hour and 19 minutes into today's EVA activities and the completion of the first task of 4 assigned to NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams, and that was the removal and replacement of the RGA-2, the rate gyro assembly number 2 unit, and you saw the helmet cam of astronaut Nick Hague placing that worn out unit back inside the Quest airlock and the crew lock as NASA astronaut Suni Williams continues to prepare for what would be the second task for her today, which would be the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, and that'll be just outside the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module that's currently occupied by the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that brought Crew 9 to the International Space Station. And that planar reflector, one of many communications tools used for visiting vehicles on approach to the orbiting laboratory to help measure the distance and rate of closure.
And Sunny, we do have a big picture view of you from the lab starboard camera, but we're still working on your HECA.
Okay, I am here. I have the black bag is still on the APFR. APFR is installed. I'm on the front of PMA 3.
Your health is your biggest asset. Find Anthem Blue Cross plan starting at $0 a month. Apply in 5 to 10 minutes for a secure future at healthforcalifornia.com.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We just want to make sure your BRT is nice and snug and will be away from Dragon when you ingress with the crew lock bag on it. And Sunny, we also have a request for you to power cycle your HECA when able.
Again, I have a green light.
Copy, power cycle complete. And Nick, for you, it looks like we lost your HECA as well, so we'll take the same thing if you can power cycle your HECA when able.
Got it. Click is off right now.
Great communication between NASA astronaut Suni Williams and astronaut Nick Hague with the ground team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as they continue to prepare themselves for the second task of today's EVA. The view you see here is of Suni Williams as she prepares herself for the planar reflector remove and replace. And you heard that communication, making sure that she is properly tethered and safely attached to the International Space Station.
With that, when you're ready, you can begin your translation out to S3, the Bay 1517 interface. We're going to head up to NICER.
I'm leaving the airlock.
Copy, Nick.
Funny, I just left my fair lead in. I think that'll help you when you come back to the airlock.
Okay.
I don't know if you put a fair lead in, but it's the base of the fuse for.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Real quick one.
And Sunny, while you're working your crew lock bag there, I have a couple more cautions to read to you. You want to minimize contact with the contamination at the planar reflector work site, and then you want to avoid contact with the glass on the planar and hemi reflectors themselves.
Okay. Right, Jen, I have the crew lock bag on me. I actually have both of the adjustables on my mini workstation to sort of keep it away from everything floating around as well. So, should stay away. Next to my left side. Are we ready for some pictures?
Okay, Sunny, that's a good config with your bag, and we are go for photos.
Remind me exactly what you want.
Yeah, we want, jokingly, everything there. We're going to look for the visible dragon surfaces, the planar and hemi reflectors, best effort on those because they're kind of under the nose cone. The IDA and PMA hardware, and then anywhere else you see any of that contamination. And Nick, we're still not seeing your HECA as well as for your assay. We don't have a great camera view. I do have a green hook location. We saw the power cycle. We're troubleshooting on deck, but I do have a green hook location at mile marker 5460.
5460.
Good readback.
We've been telling clients it's nearly impossible to sell a home in winter. Not true. I just help them sell directly to Open Door. It's hassle-free. Wait, this isn't going on the internet, is it? Oh.
It's true. Open Door makes selling easy in any season.
Coverage and updates from today's U.S. EVA number 91. Currently being operated by NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, who you see in your field of view here. Suni is now preparing for the removal and replacement of a planar reflector used in communications for visiting vehicles to help them measure the rate of closure and distance as they approach the International Space Station. You also just heard communication between the ground teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Nick Hague, who you now see here translating or moving across the truss system of the International Space Station in preparation for his next task, as he and Suni Williams will be working simultaneously on different tasks. For Nick Hague, he will be working to patch the nicer payload and install patches of that nicer payload, and that is an X-ray telescope experiment that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. Unfortunately, due to just time and degradation, that has allowed sunlight to interfere with the X-ray measurements during the daylight time as the International Space Station orbits around the Earth. So these patches that Nick Hague will be providing will help reduce that light pollution coming from the sun, and that it can return back to near full strength during daylight hours.
On PMA, you can move around and take photos.
Just up, got a green hook down at 5460.
Copy, Nick. Green hook down on 5460. You're going to stow that crew lock bag number 2 now on S3 handrail 3021. It's going to be the short handrail on the zenith edge of face 1 just above you.
All right, Jess, should I try to get in the APFR? You ready for this?
And Sunny, we actually have a couple steps for you ahead of time, but we're also on that lab starboard view, seeing your feet get pretty close to the CBM pedals. So if you can watch that a little bit.
Sorry.
And so we want you to actually configure the PGT rad and just have it on your swing arm, so we don't have to get you back out of the APFR to do that. And then we have you remove the 6-inch wobble socket from your PGT as well and put it on the socket caddy prior to getting into the APFR.
I have that way at the bottom of my bag because I wasn't anticipating we were going to do that. All of that's at the bottom. We're going to have to yard sale it all out. Just you want to do this? Really? Questioning.
Yeah, Sunny, we're talking it down here. Just stand by 1 second.
If I need to translate over so that I can get in there, hand it to you, I can. I'm trying to minimize in and out of APFR.
Okay, Sunny, we were talking it over down here, and we think we don't actually need to configure the RAD for this. If we end up needing it as a contingency, we'll just configure it later. That said, we're still going to have you remove the 6-inch wobble socket from your PGT and stow it on the socket caddy.
And a great view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he continues to prepare for his second task of today's EVA. And you can see floating off just past that left hand of his, those are the wedge-shaped NICER patches that he'll be inserting into the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that helps study neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. And he will take those wedges and place them strategically in certain spots on the NICER to help reduce unwanted sunlight from penetrating the X-ray telescope.
No, totally understand. No big deal. And once you get that socket off and in your trash bag, we have a request to have you just turn off your HECA, and we're just going to leave it off for a little bit and then try again later. We still don't have a good view.
I just turned off the HECA. Let's see. No light. My light.
All right, Nick, we have your HECA back, and I see you unbundling the NICER caddy. When you're ready, that's going to go square scoop to the inner bayonet fitting on your swing arm.
Copy. I'm about halfway through. Not. We did that intentionally.
6-inch wobble socket is off of the PGT. PGT is flung back in. Socket is going into my trash bag.
Okay, copy, Sunny. Socket in the trash bag. I have a warning I'm going to have to read you, so avoid contact with exposed IDA and Dragon hardware. And then just one last check to make sure mini workstation, tools, tethers, BRT will all maintain clearance prior to getting in the APFR. And then while you check that, Sunny, we're just going to hold here for a second while we talk it over prior to giving you the go. And Sunny, you have a go to repower your HECA now.
Okay. Mark. Green light.
Copy. Green light.
An hour and 35 minutes into today's EVA as we continue to follow along with the progress of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he prepares for the NICER experiment and the patches of the X-ray telescope that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. And these patches will help shield and prevent unwanted sunlight from interfering with the X-ray measurements. This telescope has 56 X-ray concentrators, and each one of those concentrators has a set of nested mirrors. Well, over time and wear and tear of this experiment has allowed for unwanted sunlight to enter the telescope, thus not providing accurate data during the daylight passes for the International Space Station. So what Hague will be doing is taking the caddy that you heard mentioned just a moment ago that has those patches. He will insert them in select spots around the NICER experiment to allow for its maximum capability both during the night and daytime passes to continue to measure those phenomena.
Active caddies on my swing arm. Flat hook.
All right, copy, Nick. You can continue translation to NICER on ELC2. And I have a warning, avoid contact with the sharp edges on NICER star tracker hood and FRAM clevises.
Yeah.
And Nick, while you're translating, I have a couple other cautions to read too, since we have a moment. Once you get up to NICER, remember you want to avoid any contact with the reflective film, so either hand or tools. Avoid loads into NICER in station forward direction just to prevent it from becoming unhooked. And then allow any motion to dampen out prior to each interaction with NICER. And you can also use that closed fist once you get up there, or a flat palm if you do need to react against the face of NICER while you're setting up your work site.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Sunny, we're troubleshooting HECA still down here. It looks like we were getting some good data, but give us a couple more minutes while we troubleshoot and take some photos.
No problem.
And 1 minute to hand over. And Sunny, good news, we got your HECA camera back on the big screen. So after this LOS, we'll be back with you to give you the go.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, Sunny, I'm on LC.
I see you.
And we talked about putting in that fair lead. I don't think it's going to be necessary.
Okay.
You're going to have plenty of translation room. You needed it.
An hour and 40 minutes into today's EVA with NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams as they continue to move along with their scheduled tasks for this extravehicular activity, number 91, and the 273rd for International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades. They have completed their first task, the priority task for today, and that was the removal and replacement, the R&R, if you will, of the Rate Gyro Assembly number 2. And now the two astronauts are preparing for the second task of the day, in which Suni Williams, she will make her way over to the zenith port of the Harmony module, and near that she'll be removing and replacing a planar reflector. And those planar reflectors, as you can see here and illustrated by NASA Flight Director Nicole McElroy during the briefing last week, and who is on console today leading the EVA, she'll be replacing that black portion along with the 3 bolts to loosen and replace it as it has become contaminated due to visiting vehicle traffic. So they will remove those 3 bolts around that black portion that has a reflective material in the middle there, that silvery middle portion. So she'll reflect that as it is a part of one of many communications tools used by visiting vehicles to remove or to measure their rate of closure and distance as they are on approach to the International Space Station. And for Nick Hague, he is translating his way over to the NICER patch experiment, or the NICER X-ray telescope experiment that has 56 aluminum X-ray concentrators that capture X-ray light that help measure neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena that has been since worn and contaminated by sunlight and allowing unwanted light to enter the experiment. And he will translate over and install patches for that NICER experiment.
And Sunny, for you, just to repeat, you have a go to ingress the APFR, and you just want to use ingress aid only, and just maintain that body clearance to Dragon at all times.
And there you see a great view of the NICER X-ray telescope in front of NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who will install patches and those circles that have each compartment with wedges on the inside for those patches. There's 56 of those select ones identified by the NICER experiment, and the team on the ground here, both in Houston and across the country, have identified areas where unwanted light is entering, and that is what Hague will be identifying and patching up so it can return to its full capacity.
Sunny, it looks like your safety tether pack might be kind of trapped underneath the grapple fixture underneath you there. It's just to prevent you from going up anymore.
Thank you. Okay. Recommended I go this way, right? Oh boy.
Well, we see you well clear, Dragon, so you're good to do what you need to.
A great view of astronaut Suni Williams as she continues to prepare for the removal and replacement of the planar reflector just outside of the zenith port of the Harmony module. That is the space-facing port that is currently occupied by a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that brought Crew 9 aboard the International Space Station. That occurred back in late September, but the planar reflector is right there just a few bits of distance away from that spacecraft, in which Suni Williams will release 3 different bolts and actually replace the actual reflective portion of it all that both the Dragon and other visiting vehicles use on approach and docking to the International Space Station. And you can see the planar reflector jutting out from that docking port. It's just off to the left edge of that screen, that silver brace with the black component right on top of it. That'll be the component that you will be working on. And again, that is to help with a multitude of communications devices for visiting vehicles to use as a reflector to gain insight on the rate of closure and distance as they approach the International Space Station.
Give me a second. Try not to touch anything.
I hear you.
Yeah, Sunny, no rush on anything. Again, we're still looking great on time, so feel free to take a break as needed.
As astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague prepare for their second task of the EVA, you can see that the International Space Station has transitioned into an orbital nighttime, currently traversing across Kazakhstan.
A little bit of a constrained problem.
All of this happening as we approach an hour and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And for the nicer team, I think I've covered the middle third. I'll get into a new position for the bottom third.
Copy, Nick. We're ready to copy that position.
Yeah. And I'm sure if they're not seeing it, I can tell you that there is as much damage in wedge 1 as there is would be F5 in the 3 o'clock position. Almost all of the grids are exposed.
We copy, Nick. F5, 3 o'clock.
Put that right in the middle of your Hecka.
All right, Nick, once you're ready to start installing patches, we're going to add an additional patch to that location you called out.
Okay. My right leg in. Over left.
I'm going to get in position for patches, Jeff.
Copy, Nick.
Jeff, you have my Hecka, right?
Yeah, Sunny, your Hecka's good.
Great communication between NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Suni Williams on their current tasks. For Williams, you see here, she is removing and replacing and beginning the planar reflector replacement, as she is just outside the zenith port of the Harmony module, which just off on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the Dragon space.
We've always said never sell a house in the winter. Well, that's not exactly true. With Open Door, you can skip the showings and get a real cash offer. And if you close before the holidays, you don't have to move till after New Year's. You are disguising my voice here, right?
Of course. Whew. Just checking. Like I was saying.
It's true. Open Door makes selling easy in any season.
We'll go around the APFR, make sure we're good and locked in place.
I'm locked in place, yep.
Yeah, nice work. That was a hard work site to ingress, so nice job. With that, we'll position your BRT now and that crew lock bag access while maintaining clearance to Dragon, and then we'll start getting the EVA wipe with the RET out of that crew lock bag. And then, Sunny, another request to rigidize your BRT a little bit once you find that good position, just to make sure we're not floating close to Dragon. And Nick, we see your heck of you and installing patches.
Patch 1 is in. Go number 1.
Copy, 1. Good location.
We get another great view from the camera on the helmet of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he begins the patching of certain pie-shaped wedges on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that helps measure neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena that have been damaged over time and allowing unwanted sunlight to enter and throw off the X-ray measurements. And you see those pie-shaped wedges throughout the experiment from his view, and those are where he will insert those patches from a caddy that he has attached to his spacesuit. A good view of the tool he is using and inserting a patch in strategic locations throughout the X-ray telescope.
I got a wrench on the reflector. Got the palm wheel and ratchet out. I've got the wipes for the failed one. Ready to try to undo the bolts?
And Sunny, before that, we'd like you to just we'd like to get some words for visual inspect of the planar reflector. Just any words on the contamination there. And if you can get it in your HECA, we'd like that, but we can't quite see it.
I don't want to lean over too much, but it looks like it has white powder all over it. Particularly on top of it, and as I'm looking at it, right-hand side, the forward side, the left-hand side, the aft side towards station, is not as dirty, but the whole reflector top has this white film on it, looks like. I don't know if it's dust or it's film, I'm not touching it.
Okay, we copy that, Sunny. Thanks for those words. We just can't quite see it as good in a heck of view. With that, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench from crew lock bag 1.
Try and take a picture.
Yeah, and some pictures would be great as well. I have a warning and a few cautions to read to you when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I have a warning that any additional torque may cause bolt failure, which could result in sharp edges, the broken shank, and or FOD liberation. So the 4 parts of the bolt that we talked about: spring, washer, retainer, and bolt. And then a few cautions. You want to maintain tool tether clearness to Dragon throughout the task. Limit turn count to the specified turns. Minimize side loading on the bolt head, and then again maintain that axial force on the fastener to compress the spring during rotation. And then lastly, the release failure torque of the planar reflector bolts is 29 inch-pounds, so stop driving as soon as any rise from running torque is felt.
Are we ready to try one?
Okay, Sunny, we are go for you to start to release the planar reflector bolts.
You can do that any order by hand using the palm wheel only, exactly 1 turn on each bolt.
Great communication there between NASA astronaut Suni Williams and the team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, as she gave the explanation and the reasoning for the removal and replacement and reflectivity that allows for visiting vehicles to...
We've
been telling clients it's nearly impossible to sell a home in winter. Not true.
What else do you know?
Find a tutor who fits your goals and learn to speak a language like a pro.
For the communication to be accurate and properly aligned. So those 3 bolts around the edges are what Williams will be loosening to replace that portion of the planar reflector with a new piece.
Got a teeny bit of motion in the palm wheel.
Okay, copy, Sunny. You got 10 seconds till this handover, but you can try the 3rd bolt with the palm wheel as well and just see if any of those bolts loosen up.
Which of the palm wheel?
Great on time.
See, there's a space between it and the front one also got a space. Taking a chill pill.
Good idea.
Just over 1 minute and 58 seconds into today's U.S. spacewalk number 91, as you see a great view of the communications team on the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
And we don't have your heck of views back yet, but can you repeat your last, Sunny?
Yeah, I think I got a turn on the forward one and the aft one. Pretty positive. And then the one that's in the center, I got like a half a turn. I feel like it's getting looser.
Copy, Sunny.
I continue to try to undo them.
Yeah, if you're seeing that bolt come looser, then you can continue, even if it's slow, and just trying to make small rotations there until we get to 1 turn.
Great communication there between the teams as they continue to work. Suni Williams, NASA astronaut, commander of Expedition 72 on the removal and replacement of the planar reflector. Nicole McElroy and her Vista flight team, the spacewalk flight director for today. And you heard Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator, relaying the information up to Suni Williams.
And Sunny, we just want to confirm, do you have 1 turn now on all 3 bolts, or is there 1 bolt that's still causing issues?
It's just far away, so I haven't been putting my hand on it too far, but I got it to get looser. The one that's closest to dragging, and I'm just worried about, leaning in too far. I got it to move. To stay away, can I just use the ratchet?
And Sunny, we're checking.
I'm choked up on it. I'm not super all the way out at the end of the ratchet. I got it to move.
Copy, Sunny. We just want you to stand by 1 second. We have your heck of view back now, and just give us a second to talk over the use of the ratchet.
Just while I've got a little break in the comms, and point my HECA at location 5 in the 5 o'clock position. There's about 16 grids missing. It goes out radially, starting about from a third of the way up from the center all the way to the edge. This is something that would have been obscured by my photos from MRM2. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Copy, Nick. Just to confirm, it's at patch location 5 at the 5 o'clock position?
Is Charlie 5 at the wedge position 5.
Copy. Charlie 5 at the 5 o'clock position. All right, Nick, you have a go to install an extra patch there. It'll be patch number 9 to that Charlie 5 position.
Didn't work.
We've been telling clients it's nearly impossible to sell a home in winter. Not true.
Loosen up those arms, Suni.
What's that?
Said you resting up your arms?
Yeah. I mean, they all turned, so I'm not super worried about it. It would just be a little bit easier just because of the reach to use the ratchet.
Yeah.
Just slowly.
And Sunny, you have a go now to do what you were talking about earlier. So you can use the ratchet wrench. You just choke up on it like you were as much as possible and put as little force as you need to actually get that bolt to move. And we're still just looking to get to 1 turn on each bolt.
I think I have entering for sure on this forward bolt. No, I do. The aft bolt, let me do like a half a turn more. There we go. And the inner bolt, get like a 3/4 there. I just got it to get loose. Okay, I got like turn on each. See space. The aft one I'm not leaning in there, or the one farthest away from me, I'm not leaning in there, but it definitely turned.
Copy, Sunny. That is good words. With that, we are go to continue to release these bolts. So you can release by hand the bolts until they pop out. We expect them to pop out after 8 turns. So if you want to get all to 8 and then turn each one 1 turn until they pop out, you can do that, or you can do each one individually.
Great communication there between the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, and NASA astronaut Suni Williams as she continues to work on the removal of the current planar reflector that is on the port, the zenith port of the Harmony module. And you can see with that somewhat red stripe and white structure just above her helmet cam view, that is a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That is how close in proximity she is working to the Crew 9 Dragon spacecraft to move this planar reflector. With a new one, as you can get a great view of that contamination on the planar reflector. And with the replacement of a new one, hopefully that reflective ability to allow for communications with visiting vehicles will improve. As she works around the 3 bolts that are currently attaching that planar reflector to that outward support system.
Additional turns on the aft one. I'm not able to do this just with my fingers.
Copy, Sunny, that's okay, and we're tracking your turns down here as well.
Looking on the aft one again. Another turn. 4. Coming up on 5. 5 turns on the aft. on the forward. See the springs, but they're not popping yet.
Copy. That's expected.
Turns on the inboard. More turns on the forward.
Great views of NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, working on the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, issuing equal torque to those 3 bolts to have that current planar reflector be removed and replaced with a new one to allow for greater communications ability for visiting vehicles.
Yes, Sunny, it looks like we're tracking about 7 total turns now on those 2 bolts, and once you get that aft one done, 7 as well. So you got 1 more turn before the potential for it to pop out.
I see it's moving now. Obviously, there's space. They all have 7 turns on them. 1 more turn on the forward.
Copy. And then once all these bolts pop out, I know you noticed that the reflector will be free to float. There's no soft dock.
It's tethered, just FYI. Forward. 1 turn more on the forward. I did 8, but it's not topped yet. More turn on the aft. Turn on the inboard. Still stiff. I can't turn them with my hand. For the forward one.
It's okay if you can't do it by hand, Sunny. What you're doing is fine, and then just check in every bolt turn at this point to see if they pop up.
One more in the front. Looks like it's popped up. On the aft. The inboard. Topping it. I think I have 9 turns on each so far. Correct.
Great communication and visuals from the ground team here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Farouk Sabor, the spacewalk lead officer, relaying to Flight Director Nicole McElroy that this view, Nick Hague, NASA astronaut out on EVA 91 alongside with Suni Williams, has completed the patches requested on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that allows for X-ray measuring of neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena as he continues to evaluate other potential areas of study and reviewing the work site. And you can see those pie-shaped wedges that were installed
While we have you, those patch locations
to allow the nicer to maintain full operation, especially during daylight passes for the International Space Station, and prevent unwanted sunlight from entering the experiment.
The EVA camera grid pattern perpendicular to as many of them as possible.
Okay, will do. I did want to report that, I'll try to put it in the HECA. There is an Delta 2, 3 o'clock position. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 9 grids missing. Outer third of the wedge on only half of it. It's a cluster.
The 11, the forward one.
Okay, next team's talking. And copy, Sunny, left forward popped.
It's released.
I like that word better.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Last one's almost there. I can tell it's at 11. Last one. Oh, it's open. It's released. Oh, it's all released.
Awesome. I see it released.
12 all around.
Nice job.
Copy, nice work. We're going to stow that in the EVA wipe and then send that back to the left bag. Nick, for you, no patch on Delta 2 is the consensus by the team down here.
I'll finish up taking photos.
Copy.
Communication in relation to the NICER experiment that you are seeing in Nick Haig's helmet camera, EV1, on the left-hand side of your screen, as he has completed the patching of the damaged areas of the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope, and a part of those 56 entries for light to enter, or I should say X-rays to enter, X-ray waves to enter and measure phenomena such as black holes and neutron stars. Those patches have been complete, and for Haig, he continues to take photos to evaluate potential future opportunities as well as just the overall state of the work site. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see NASA Astronaut Commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, working on the planar reflector. You heard communications between her and the ground team here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston that those 3 bolts were popping and starting to come out of place, in which that would allow her to remove the current planar reflector that has been contaminated and limiting its reflectivity. You can see that the space where it was is just right above her right hand. Those 3 bolts have been removed, and now we'll be able to replace it with a new piece that will allow for greater communications between visiting vehicles as they approach and dock with the International Space Station.
What's the plan for the install?
Yeah, Sunny, you're going to retrieve the spare planar reflector, the EVA wipe that's marked with tape, and then we're going to install that. So lock out the red tether point facing starboard or facing you, and then we're going to drive 2 turns on each bolt.
That's the spare. The red box goes.
Sunny, I know you're working crew lock bag ops right now still, but when you have a natural break, we will get a glove and hap check from you.
Gloves are nominal. Hap is dry.
Copy, glove and hap.
This is there. What is this?
And Sunny, for the install, you're going to use the palm wheel to start those bolts 2 turns, but don't use the actual handle of the ratchet wrench until we talk it over if you need it.
I'm going to see if I can just start it by hand. That's a little bit hard.
All right, we copy, Sunny. We're 3 minutes to sunrise and still looking great on time, so take as much time as needed.
Turns on the front one.
Copy, 2 turns on the front one.
Turns on the aft one.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along with today's coverage of US EVA 91, and you are seeing the view from the helmet camera and now an exterior camera on the International Space Station as Commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, is attaching the replacement of the planar reflector just outside of the zenith port of the Harmony module. And that helmet camera of Williams, right now she's tightening up the bolts, the 3 bolts that will secure the new planar reflector to its attachment just outside the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, the Crew 9 spacecraft. And there you see a fantastic view of the upcoming orbital sunrise that will soon make its way over top of the International Space Station. We're just over 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's EVA as we are continuing to track the progress of both Suni Williams and Nick Hague, as the International Space Station currently making its way into a orbital sunrise as mentioned. And again, another great view of that horizon just off on the right-hand side as the International Space Station currently passing over the Pacific Ocean.
Turns on the aft. Turns on the forward. 3.5 turns on the forward. The one that's inboard most, can I try to use the ratchet just because it's far for me, and I feel like I'm putting a side load by putting my hand over there? Have the other 2 down at least 3 turns. 3 on the front, 4 on the aft.
And copy, Sunny. We're good with your recommendation if you need to use the ratchet wrench very lightly like you did before. And if that works, you can.
Yeah, I got that one started now. 2 turns on the one that's on the sports side.
Okay, copy. So we're tracking now. That is all 3 bolts started, correct?
Confirm. Because I'm on that one, I'm doing 2 more turns, so it's going to be 4 on that inboard one.
Okay, copy, Sunny.
4 turns on the inboard one.
Copy. With that, we're expecting 9 to 15 turns until you reach hand snug.
I'm on the forward. I'm doing some more on the forward.
Copy, Sunny.
Then
For those just tuning in, you're watching live coverage on NASA Plus of US EVA 91 and a view of NASA astronaut Suni Williams as she continues to work on removing and replacing a planar reflector used in communications for visiting vehicles. With the visiting vehicle just within arm's reach, the NASA SpaceX Dragon, the Crew 9 vehicle that arrived on station a couple of months ago, back in September, actually. Approaching 2 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk. Joining Suni Williams is NASA astronaut Nick Hague. So as Williams is working on the planar reflector remove and replacement, astronaut Nick Hague is completing his patchwork of the NICER experiment. The NICER is an X-ray telescope that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. And that had thermal shields over the detectors, preventing sunlight from interfering with X-ray measurements, but those have since been damaged and deteriorated over time. So Hague has installed patches to help reduce that unwanted sunlight on the NICER experiment, also known as the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer. These are tasks 2 and 3 of today's assigned EVA after they successfully completed the removal and replacement of the RGA-2, and that is the rate gyro assembly number 2 that measures the rotational rate and gives the rotational rate data of the International Space Station and the rate of change to better calculate the orientation of the orbiting laboratory.
Good gloves, dry hat.
9 on the inboard. They still have a gap. They all have 9.
Copy, 9 on all, and at this point, this is where any little turn might reach that hand snug position, so just be careful as soon as you feel that stop.
10 on the forward. increase in running torque, 10 and a half, just a teeny bit.
Copy. Little increase in running torque at 10 and a half.
Communication there with Suni Williams, NASA astronaut, as she continues to put the replacement planar reflector in place, talking of the turns and torque used by her tools to affix that replacement of the planar reflector.
Nick,
just off the zenith port of the Harmony module.
When you're ready.
Heading that way.
And nicer team
11 on the
is
inboard line.
happy with the work.
Standing.
And Sunny,
Take as many photos as my finger would allow.
nice work, Nick. Sunny, can we have you hold there for a second on the ratchet ups? We want to talk it over on the ground.
This view from the helmet camera of astronaut Suni Williams.
How close do you think those bolts are to being flush and completely installed?
I haven't done the aft one yet, but the forward one is about a millimeter. Inboard one, I can't look over there without getting too close, so I'm not looking, but it looks like the same height as the forward one. The aft one, I still have a couple more turns to do. I think I stopped at 9 there.
Okay, copy. Just stand by there for us and let us talk it over. Thanks.
Beautiful views from the helmet cam of Suni Williams as the International Space Station traversing some 260 miles over the South Pacific, just recently entering an orbital daytime, and a great view of the Earth from just below the vantage point of Suni Williams, just off the zenith port of the Harmony module. And you also heard communications with NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he was taking additional photos of his patchwork on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that he installed with a T-handle tool. And you can see from Nick Hague's helmet camera just off on the left-hand side, just outside that NICER patchwork, as both continuing to work with teams here on the ground to complete what would be tasks 2 and 3 of today's EVA. And as these astronauts continue to monitor the progress and work with the ground teams in communication, we have now approached 2 hours and 30 minutes into US EVA number 91.
C2, back on the truss.
Copy, Nick. Once you get to your crew lock bag, we're going to have you swap out your NICER caddy. You can put that next to the crew lock bag on the same handrail, and then we're going to work the C2B2 cable relocate.
Sure.
Good up, Nick. Pushing it.
On steady. On steady.
Exactly.
Okay, Sunny, I have some words.
Where are we over the Earth?
Some words for you with regards to this last turn. We have a request for you to try to use just the palm wheel on the last turn. And then if that is not possible, let us know, and we'll talk options. But we just want you to try to use, for these 3 bolts, the palm wheel only.
Okay, the aft one I have to catch up. Let me just do a couple turns on the last one. Catch up with the others. Okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
And then I will do that.
That's okay with us, copy.
turns and there's no running torque on this one. Doing a little bit more. There we go, right there. 2.5 turns on the aft. Pretty close, actually. The aft one looks good. Forward one. Sort of hard with the palm wheel. Forward one is a little difficult with the palm wheel. Just
Okay, copy, Sunny. Stand by.
try the inboard one. Inboard one I could turn about a half a turn, then it gets sort of stiff. It's on here solidly. The only problem is it has the ability to move up and down a little bit because its bolts aren't flush all the way down.
Yeah, copy, Sunny. I see that it kind of moves up and down a little bit in your HECA view, so stand by. We're talking it with the MER.
Caddies on the same handrail as the crew left back.
Copy, Nick. With that, we'll have you identify that C2V2 cable. It's going to be your cuff checklist page 6. Awesome. So for the order of ops here, you're going to release the truss wire tie just inboard of the C2V2 stanchion and then release the cables from that, leaving the wire tie on the truss. Then you'll release the coils from the base of the antenna stanchion, and then you'll route the cable over to handrail 3002.
And work.
And Sunny, after some discussion, we see that you're unable to really turn those bolts that last little turn with the palm wheel itself. And so it's best judgment here. We want you to be very light on the ratchet handle itself to try to get those bolts flush, but there is increased risk, obviously, to breaking the bolt. So very light, and if you think it in your judgment it's too much force building up, then just stop.
There you heard great communication between the ground teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA astronaut Suni Williams as she continues to tighten down the replacement unit of the planar reflector that allows for greater communications capabilities for visiting vehicles. Prior to that communication, you heard from NASA astronaut Nick Hague, also on EVA with Suni Williams, and that the completion of the Neister patch is complete, and that he is now moving on to the next step of today's EVA, the next project of today's EVA.
I think that one, the front one's pretty flush. I did like 2 turns, and then I could definitely feel a increase in the running torque. It was pretty light in the beginning, so that looks pretty good.
Happy. Good work.
And good communication again from Suni as she continues to work on the planar reflector. And then for Nick Hague, he is Translating across the International Space Station once again to prepare for the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer patch panel for future upgrades. But in order to gain access to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, you saw a moment ago just the translation on the screen of needing to relocate a C2V2 cable. And that common communications for visiting vehicles, or C2V2 communications, is another communications component for visiting vehicles on approach and arriving to the International Space Station. An expected loss of signal as communications satellites have signals transferring, and there you can see a great look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas. And as we start from the bottom of the screen, Flight Director Elias Mirmo, and to support the Flight Director for today's EVA, and Nicole McElroy sitting immediately to his right. And further down the aisle is NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner, who is the spacewalk communicator and relaying information up to the International Space Station and today's spacewalkers is Suni Williams and Nick Hague. Just behind them in the row, behind the flight director, is Farouk Sabor, who just stood up there for a brief moment. He is the spacewalk lead officer in relaying information to both the flight director and the spacewalk communicator in McElroy and Whitner of all the procedures and updates as the EVA progresses along.
About the same amount of running torque at the end that was hard, and I didn't want to do it any further. And as I move the tether point, it doesn't go up and down anymore. So it's pretty much flush and tight.
Copy, Sunny. That sounds like a good config and a good install. And we're still out your HECA-cam right now. We have a couple more seconds till KU comes back. But looks like a good install, or sounds like a good install, so we can tend the ratchet wrench and wipe back to the crew lock bag.
Okay. I'm going to move the tether point to the tape tether. Doing stuff.
And Sunny, we're actually checking with the back now to make sure they're good with the install as well. But that bag ret is going to be the ret that's on the spare planar reflector now is going to be removed from the tether point and then attached to the tape cover to remove the tape cover.
Okay.
That said, we just got your HECA view back, and we wanted to see what that blue bag was and whether or not it's clearance to Dragon. We just kind of have a funny camera angle here.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Yeah, Sunny, we were just noting the white bag with like the blue stripe or the blue lip on it, kind of floating, looks like floating out of the crew lock bag.
Spare. Get this working, and then I'll be back with you. The clock.
Okay, Sunny, yeah, we're good now. We noted it. We just got your HECA view back.
As you can see it in my HECA, now this doesn't move.
Yeah, that's good words, and we see it, and it is a good install. Backroom's happy as well, so we are good to clean up. So we will, when you're ready, release that ret and attach it to the tape cover, and then you can remove the tape cover from the spare reflector.
It is being removed right now. It's off.
Awesome. You can tend all that back to the crew lock bag, and then we'll get your camera out to take some photos.
those just tuning in on NASA Plus, you're watching live coverage of US EVA 91, currently being performed by NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Just moments ago, you heard great words from both the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room and astronaut Suni Williams on the successful installation of the replacement of the planar reflector. The original was contaminated and it has since been unbolted and replaced with a new unit, in which you see from the viewpoint of an external camera aboard the International Space Station of Suni Williams now taking pictures of the work site and that completed process. Coming up on 2 hours and 43 minutes of today's US EVA. For NASA astronaut Nick Hague, he is currently working on a relocation of a C2V2 cable after completing his most recent work, which was placing patches for portions of the damaged NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope aboard the International Space Station, and now has translated or moved to a position on the truss of the orbiting laboratory to relocate the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles cable, C2V2, to allow for greater access to what will be the alpha magnetic spectrometer, in which both he and Suni Williams are scheduled to come back together and work on for today's EVA tasks. So to recap, the first task for today was completed, the replace of the rate gyro assembly number 2. And Suni Williams completing right now and wrapping up task number 2, which is the removal and replacement of the planar reflector on an International Space Station docking adapter, the Zenith port of the Harmony module, and for Nick Hague, completing the patches for the damaged NICER experiment.
Cable I'm rerouting, and they run, not run on top of each other, the two cables across 3002.
Okay, we copy, Nick.
At the base of the C2V2 stanchion on the 2 new wire ties that I released, the cable that was on top, once I released the cable underneath, I put 3 twists to restrain the cable that was on top, so it'll now be on the bottom. Okay.
Okay, Nick, we're good with that config. Thanks.
I got pictures for you.
Copy, Suni. We're good with those photos. We can get a glove and hap check one more time from you, just looking for any contamination or discoloration on your gloves.
Gloves look phenomenal. I have.
Okay, with that, you have a go to egress the APFR and reposition below it recommended handrail 1616, just forward of the APFR.
Okay, I'm back on 1616.
Copy, Suni. At this point, we'll take a inventory of your crew lock bag, and you can put it in the HECA if you can.
outside of the crew lock bag, I have integrated sets as well as a large, small adjustable. Open everything up so you see it. You want to just look through the bag.
Checking, Sunny.
The only things I took out was a wipe that had the spare in it, and that empty spare wipe is here. I have the other wipe that has the old one. The only other thing that I took out was the ratchet. The ratchet and the palm wheel, 2 inches right where my finger is. The thing I brought in, of course, though, is the little piece of tape cover, which is on that, which has the new one, the new reflector on it.
Okay, Sunny, sorry, I was just talking with the team here. So we just want to verify that none of the contingency tools that were underneath those wipes ever came out of the bag.
They never came out of the bag, and I closed the bag as soon as I took the tool out. The bag was not open at all during the event.
Okay, copy. We also want you to free up your trash bag for the upcoming AMS steps. So we'll have you take that that socket that you temp stowed in there and put it back on your PGT.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff. I've got the slack tied up at the base of the C2V2 stanchion. It is secured by 3 twists. There's 3 twists between the top cable and the bottom cable in both the wire tie locations that I reused. I took some closeout photos.
Okay, copy, Nick. We were just taking a look at your HECA view. We're just taking a look at your HECA view, Nick, and it looks like the C2V2 cables look good to us, so we can move on to some AMS setup. You're going to go back and retrieve crew lock bag from that handrail, and then we'll get you translating to the AMS support worksite.
Okay, work.
6-inch wobble is on my PGT test. Trash bag is clean.
I would copy, Sunny, that your socket's back on the PGT. We're just verifying that we are good for you to start heading out.
What bag is on my BRT?
All right, copy, Nick. We're going to have you translate to S1 Phase 2 Zenith via that long handrail you were next to earlier. It's handrail 3210. And I have a warning. There's a potential MMOD strike on the Zenith end of that handrail. We'd like you to just stop there on the nadir side of the handrail and take a look and give us an inspection if you can.
And work.
Sunny, for you, with that we're good. You can bundle your crew lock bag to the APFR and then work to remove the APFR and stow that whole thing on your BRT. It was a good install of the planar reflector.
In work.
Excellent work, Sunny.
Thank you.
Great communications there between NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague out on US EVA Walk 91 in relay with communications to the ground crew here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room as Suni has completed the install of the planar reflector on the zenith, excuse me, close to the zenith port of the Harmony module.
Okay,
And
Kathy, we can actually see
now
that
wrapping
well
up her
in your
workspace,
view.
whereas for NASA astronaut Nick Hague, recently just completed the readjustment of a C2 V2 cable that will allow for the alpha magnetic spectrometer to have easier access for both he and Suni Williams here in just a few moments as a part of their planned EVA tasks for the day. Just a little over 2 hours and 53 minutes into today's planned spacewalk that has now included the successful removal and replacement of the planar reflector as mentioned on the International Space Station docking adapter Harmony module, the replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2, and patches for the damaged NICER X-ray telescope experiment.
You guys and future crew away from that spot. So that's you can continue translating the AMS support work site, and then we'll stow the crew lock bag there, and just obviously avoid the zenith side of that handrail.
Just BRT crew lock bag bundles out of the lift on my BRT.
Copy, Sunny. We're going to have you stand by there for a second. We're having a discussion about a TA clamp. If you can just stand by there on the front of PMA.
It just came undone and I redid it. That's right in front of me. That's the one you're talking about.
Sunny, there was another TA clamp up and to the right of that right handrail that was kind of in your HECA view earlier. That looked like it was loose or disconnected.
Looking. One over here.
Yeah, Sunny, that looks like the one.
It's close. Anything else? I'm looking too.
And Nick, we want to go ahead and power off your HECA for a little bit just for thermal constraints.
Okay, HECA's coming off. Green light is out.
Sunny, we're going to track that as a get-ahead completed. And so with that, you can start your translation back to the starboard seat of cart.
On my way.
What are you doing? Get ahead? Achiever.
And Sunny, I have a verify step while you're moving. Just verify that your tethers clear the CBM pedals and other PMA hardware as you're transitioning back inboard. And then you also have that green hook location on the lab that you want to pick up.
You're watching live NASA Plus coverage of US EVA 91. Currently underway with NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. This view coming from the helmet camera of Suni Williams. She just recently completed one of a handful of tasks for today, and she just recently did the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, just alongside an international docking adapter, the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module. And in those fields of view, you saw that the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft was right within reach, and that spacecraft belonging to Crew 9, who arrived on station back in September. So now Suni will be joining NASA astronaut Nick Hague in preparation for preparing the alpha magnetic spectrometer for future upgrades, and what they will do once they arrive to that payload.
We're still functional. But that is not captive, right?
I don't think so. I think just the cover is captive. You want me to put that in my trash bag?
Potentially. I'm not,
No, there's a tether through it.
Okay.
just want to confirm the eyepiece that we put onto the camera. Probably see it in my HECA. It came off. Is this captive?
Stay firm, Nick. It is captive to the MLI.
Okay. I'm not going to worry about them. Captive to the MLI.
It must have a little tether point on it that connects to that.
Yeah, I see the little tether point, and then the MLI's got
captive to the other one.
Yeah, okay. That still works. Won't be able to tell what I'm shooting, but it still works.
So should we start putting tools away inside the crew lock bag? Is that what I'm hearing?
Is she ready for us to clean up crew lock bag?
Okay, sorry, Nick. We were talking about your camera there. You can actually try to reinstall it. It sounds like it's like a friction fit. If you can actually just like get it back on that location, but best effort there with that. Oh, sorry, correction. It is a threaded fitting. So best effort there if you can get it. If not, we'll probably just leave it. And then Sunny, for you, we can start putting the tools back in the crew lock bag.
It worked.
And those threads are small, so I'm just going to let it hang off its tether. You can still aim and point the camera.
Okay, Nick, and I'm being told if we can't get that piece back on, we just want you to actually stow it in the crew lock bag. And correction, that's going to be the entire camera.
Our camera. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And Sunny, while you're working the crew lock bag ops, when it makes sense, we'll take an inventory of that crew lock bag as well.
Okay, I see 3 thermal blankets. I see the small locking electrical connector tool. See the ANS simulator tool. What are these things called? The dino cutters? Another thing.
The big lance. Lancer.
The Lancer? Yeah, that's it. Lancer. The GoPro. Sorry. On that other side.
Great communications between the teams on the ground here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room up to NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to progress along their EVA today, US EVA number 91, in which they are approaching 4 hours and 39 minutes into this EVA. You heard spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner, NASA astronaut, relay up to the crew that they are about an hour ahead of schedule. So they have additional tasks that are available for the astronauts to perform, one being additional photography and work around the alpha magnetic spectrometer, which is the task they are currently working on at the moment, in which they were looking at patch panels and beta claws, removing ties, and essentially looking over the job site and taking inventory of what can be done for future upgrades of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. But the team also relayed information about taking additional photography of MMOD, or a micrometeoroid debris strike, that has no effect on the performance of the alpha magnetic spectrometer or any areas of the International Space Station, but they had noted that in the journey of the astronauts today, crossing paths over the International Space Station, it would like additional photography, and then also for them to both address the APFR, or the articulating portable foot restraint that was addressed earlier today by NASA astronaut Suni Williams, as they had a couple of pieces on that APFR, again, the articulating portable foot restraint that were stuck and unusable at the time before moving on to future tasks. So again, approaching 4 hours and just over 40 minutes now of today's EVA with NASA astronaut Suni Williams and Nick Hague as they wrap up and start to add on or wrap up their tasks at the alpha magnetic spectrometer and move on to potentially additional tasks assigned by the teams here inside Mission Control.
Okay, so that's going to go inside the bag. Pretty stable, so.
And while you guys both are working bag ops, we still would like photos of that MMOD strike, Nick, that you saw earlier on AMS. And I know we're about to put your camera in that bag. So either choices are to pull the GoPro out and then carry that with you, or transfer Suni's camera to yourself.
The location of that MMOD strike is directly across from the handrail 3013, and I have taken photos of it for you already.
Okay, great. Problem solved. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to release this one now. Ooh, it's a packing issue now. Okay, GoPro to the other side. Let's put that red real quick. There we go. Okay, lid toward me. Drives in there. No joke. An extra handle now, too. Alright, buttoned up.
Let me grab that one up.
Let me unhook. You want me to unhook this one right here? It'll be on that large, small?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And Nick, before we leave your work site, we want you to attempt to close that beta cloth and see if you can secure it with a short wire tie.
Yep.
Take one off my BRT.
And I'm taking this crew lock bag, is that right?
Yep, you got the crew lock back. On my exit there. Jess, you want me to use a short or long?
Whichever one works, Nick. We have listed here a short, but if that doesn't work, you can use one of the longs.
The idea is just go around the cable bundle itself. correct?
Yeah, affirm. We're showing a short wire tie around the cable bundle.
Thinking if I put a long here, then I could, after I do the twists around the cable bundle, then I could use those long arms of the wire ties to kind of go around it and hold it in place. And it might be beneficial when you come back to work on these connectors. You could use that long wire tie to hold back the beta cloth.
Go ahead and string it around, let me know.
Okay, we copy Nick about the long wire tie being able to maybe hold back the beta cloth, and you have a go to do that if you would like.
Work.
Twist around there. I'll twist it up. Let's go fish this back through. If I hold this down like this. So do you want to fish it through underneath?
Yeah, if we go underneath,
But I don't
try to pinch down.
think about that. Just going to do the same thing it just did, though.
Pull out. You hold on to this corner. Yeah, I can grab that end. If you grab the corner and pull it through the little...
That hole?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll pull it tight.
Not that much holding that there, though. Can we do something over here?
And Nick and Sunny, that looks good to us. It's really best effort with the beta cloth.
Yeah. Holding it there. Show you guys what it looks like in the Hecka.
Yeah, we see it in the Hecka. That is all good. We're about 1 minute to handover, and if we can get glove and hap checks from both of you.
Same. It's a dry.
Dry gloves are no change.
Copy gloves and hat for both of you. We're going to hold here for 30 seconds until after this handover for your egress.
Okay. I mean, you're just going to watch me the same way?
Yep, exactly.
Talk me out.
Yep.
You are following along live with our coverage on NASA Plus of US EVA number 91, featuring NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams. And there you are seeing the teams here on the ground at Mission Control Center, Houston, and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, featuring Flight Director and EVA Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy in the middle of your screen there, talking with Spacewalk Communicator and NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner, who is relaying communications up to both Hague and Williams as they have started to wind down their procedures on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And that is a part of one of a handful of tasks that those two have completed so far today, so much so that they had reported earlier that they're nearly an hour ahead of schedule, but there are additional tasks that they can assign both Hague and Williams to participate in before the closure of today's EVA. Of those tasks, they have removed and replaced a rate gyro assembly, the number 2 unit. That was the priority task number 1 that they started with. They also removed and replaced a planar reflector used for communications for visiting vehicles that were in transit to the International Space Station for docking and relaying rate of closure communications. Also patches for the damaged NICER experiment, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer, and of course now working together and patching up their workspace of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, preparatory tasks for future EVAs to upgrade the AMS or alpha magnetic spectrometer.
You're going to end up picking up the NICER caddy and putting it on your swing arm, and then Suni is going to take the crew lock bag back on her BRT, and then you'll both pick up your green hooks, and then what we're looking for you to do is actually head out to the starboard SETA cart together. Suni is going to lead, and then we'll work some APFR troubleshooting there before we head back to the airlock.
Sounds good. I'm going to pick up my BRT.
Yep, Nick, when you're ready, you can work with Suni to egress the AMS worksite.
I think this is the worst part of your head getting in here is when you're way in trying to do the BRT.
Yeah.
Other than that, the rest of it is pretty clear. Right now, your accuracy is probably 6 inches from top of the AMS area.
Yeah. It's a tight fit on that BRT around that handrail. Being able to get your fingers on the paddles, there's not a lot of access.
And you just heard their communication from Spacewalk Communicator Jessica Whitner relaying up the next steps for this EVA, USA EVA 91, as they complete their tasks at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And now they will together return to the airlock to drop off some tools and equipment before together making their way to the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint that had a couple components stuck earlier today at the beginning of the EVA, but did not play a role or a factor in the removal and replacement of the rate gyro assembly. So this will be a get-ahead task for the 2 crew members that are participating now, what is going to be 4 minutes and 54 seconds into the EVA, the 4th in the career of NASA astronaut Nick Hague and the 8th for Suni Williams. They have just entered an orbital nighttime period as the International Space Station currently flying over Europe and the southern border of Poland.
I guess I'm going to start to move as well.
Yep, I'll meet you on phase 1.
Okay, copy, Suni, and we need to see you out of the truss, Nick. When you can and you're in a good spot, you can check your safer handles are down. And then, Suni, once you meet up with Nick on phase 1, we want you to just do an inspection of tabs and BRT tab up.
Okay.
Get up my green hook now. hook is connected to the red reel. Just looking at your tab.
You see it?
Right tabs up. Left tabs are up. Looking good.
Okay.
Saber handles are down.
Yep.
Green lights on.
All right. I'm gonna get configured here. I've got to get this transferred over onto my swing arm and pick up my green hook, but you're leading over that way.
Okay.
So if you want to start that way,
okay,
I'll catch up to you.
And Nick, Sunny, we are tracking along and just want to make sure, Sunny, that you've picked up your green hook on 3208.
He has her green hook and crew lock bag, and I'm just starting to translate ports.
Copy all.
You heard me. I said that his tabs are up.
Yeah, affirm. We heard tabs are up and safer handles are down.
Hey, I'm at the Cedar Spur.
Copy, Sunny. And we see you both go into the starboard CETA cart back where that troublesome APFR was. And for SA, we're going to leave that crew lock bag number 1 is still down there on face 6, Sunny, that you put there earlier. Nick will be grabbing that, but on the way back to the airlock after the APFR troubleshooting.
Sounds good.
Mr. Caddy is on my swing arm. My green hook.
Copy, Nick.
Continuing to follow along the progression of U.S. EVA number 91 as we view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut and designated EV1 spacewalker Nick Hague as he and NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, continuing to translate or move across the International Space Station from where they were previously at the work site of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, and making their way now towards the APFR, the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, as the two have accomplished a large majority of their tasks and even have gotten ahead of schedule. So this is an opportunity to review a piece of hardware that was stuck in a current configuration and was a little troublesome, but played no impact in its intended use was to be a part of the replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2. So with the extra time or get ahead time, an opportunity to go back and revisit that before future spacewalks. Coming up, in fact, we just passed the 5-hour mark of today's EVA for both Hague and Williams, racking up additional totals of their spacewalking career. For Suni Williams, this is her 8th, came into today with 50 hours and 40 minutes of time. And for Nick Hague, and his 4th spacewalk today, 19 hours and 56 minutes of time. And again, now just elapsing the 5-hour and 1-minute mark of US EVA 91.
Yeah, you can ret to the APFR and try to actuate that collar back to the black on white position to see if you can get it to unlocked. But really, we want you guys both to work together on that and just try to keep the WIFX in a nice stable position while we're doing that, to see if that helps at all. And then if neither of those things help, then we'll look to troubleshoot using an AET over the locking collar itself, and I have some steps for that.
Okay. I'm going to wait till Nick gets here. I'm ready to it.
On my way.
Yep. I'm up high.
Okay.
To keep our tethers, like, untangled.
Okay, I'm just passing your crew lock bag.
And Suni, if we can have you power cycle your HECA again, so just off, wait 30 seconds, back on.
South.
Okay, I see your safety tether now. All right.
It's this one here.
Okay. Hang over there.
All right, for both of you, now that you're both out there, again, we're just going to try to use both hands to get that locking collar open to the full black on white position. And if we're successful at any point in these steps getting that APFR off, we're going to have one crew member hold the APFR. We're basically going to do a swap with the one that Suni put into WIF 4. And so we'll work that real time.
Yeah. We're trying to get it out of this WIF extender.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a fold WIF extender or something?
Yeah, if you want to stabilize it.
The two NASA astronauts have reached their next task for today's EVA, and that is the articulating portable foot restraint that they're looking to get unstuck, if you will, from what they experienced earlier in the EVA, but played no factor in their completing tasks. But with the available time, both Suni Williams and Nick Hague, NASA astronauts, working in tandem to free up this portable foot restraint.
I'm tethered to it, so it's fine.
Okay.
All right, we see it out. So
now we want to put.
Yeah, one of you guys are going to hold that, and then the other one, we're going to look to pull the APFR out of WIF 4 and into the WIF X.
And right on cue, getting reports of a good release of that articulating portable foot restraint as Suni Williams and Nick Hay continue to work together.
And Suni, as you move that down,
Got that one.
the clocking's going to be 12.
Which one?
Why don't you put yours in first, Sonny? So the one that's going to go into the, not the WIF extender.
One that's not the WIF extender is 12. Is that right, Jeff?
Okay, so the one that's going into WIF 4, not the WIF X, is going to have a clocking of 3.
On that side, me.
3 Zenith.
Yep. Try to get it there.
Yep. Verify you're red. There you go. Right there's the red clocking. You can push in.
My dad's pulling me this way. Hold on. No, that's a BRT. Okay. Come on. Bumping into you.
That's okay. If I'm in your way, move.
Pulling APFRs. All right, get in there, you. Let me get a better handle on this thing.
Grease pig.
Yep. It's up there. Get out.
It went in there. Good full twist.
Good pull, good twist. Yep. There.
Copy, good full twist it. And then, Suni, if it's not already, if you can just verify that that's Papa Fox 6 in WIF 4.
I can see Papa.
I see 6. And Fox 6.
All right, complete. Thanks.
This one, what is the clocking here?
The clocking for the WIF X is going to be 12.
This one's 12. So 12, and it's Papa Fox 6 as well.
Affirm, Nick.
Okay. Towards you a little bit more.
Yep.
There we go.
Right there.
Okay. I'm going to twist and pull. Get us in. Back on board. Okay.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right, Jess, what's up next?
Right here, we could pop over the back and one of us could check out that APSR. Coming up with the plan. Hey, feeling? Yeah, I'm feeling good too.
And Nick, Sunny, nice work on those
And
APFRs. Just give us
the finger that took the pictures.
Give us 1 minute to talk the game plan here.
No problem.
Yeah, a little tired, but I'm fine.
Yep.
Tuning all the night.
Yeah, we can't forget the brakes when we leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both sides?
We just have to tap this side as we're leaving.
That?
Have to tap this side.
You go first?
All right, Nick, Sunny, I got some big picture for you
Yeah,
when you're ready.
I'll lead us back. We are ready.
All right, Nick, you had it right. You're going to be leading back to the airlock. Big picture, we're going to head back to the airlock and stow the bags. Nick, you're going to pick up that crew lock bag 1 and stow that on your BRT, or you can tend it if you just want to tend it down the Cetusburg, either way. And then we're going to clean up. We're going to put all the bags and tools back in the airlock secured. And then we'd like to hear your thoughts because we do still have some time available. We're about still, say, 45 minutes or so up on time. So thoughts on doing the ammonia line imagery task. And with regards to APFR, the Z1 would be the APFR that we'd look to go for.
That seems reasonable. Everything buttoned back into the airlock.
Yeah.
And then let's see how much time we've got left and go from there.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, that sounds good to us. So
okay.
let's get
I'll
you guys
lead
moving.
away.
And then real quick, can we get one more confirm? I don't know, I think we heard black on black and pull twist with the pitch knob on that last APFR.
Confirm.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, black on black, good full twist test on the APFR in the WIFX.
Copy, thanks for those words. And Sunny, if you can hit the starboard seat apart brake pedals on your way as well.
I did, thank you. Did it twice.
You heard good words there from spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner relaying up to the crew of Nick Hague and Suni Williams out on US EVA number 91 of additional tasks assigned to the two of them as they translate across the International Space Station, as they have gotten ahead of their time frame, still about 45 minutes or so ahead of their scheduled tasks, which included 4 key ones that they have since completed, as they are now 5 hours and 14 minutes into their scheduled EVA. So with that extra time on their schedule, able to stop by the airlock and stow bags and continued cleanup before wrapping up today's EVA. But they will also take some imagery of an ammonia line for additional engineering and research purposes. That will be coming up here shortly. And then another articulating portable foot restraint will be reviewed here shortly along those lines as well. So that is what the additional tasks have been relayed up to both Nick Hague and Suni Williams towards the back end of this EVA and spacewalk today.
Let me grab this crew lock bag real quick. I've got a rat on the crew lock bag, and I'm just going to tend it as I go back.
Copy, Nick.
Tell me when you're down low.
Yep, understand. Until I get to the lock toolbox, and then I'll be out of your way.
Okay.
Okay, I'm at the airlock toolbox.
Okay, coming that way. Down to Petersburg.
Okay. Jeff, I'm at the airlock. Good to open thermal cover.
Affirm, Nick.
Astronaut Nick Hague has arrived to the airlock, the crew lock, as a part of the Quest airlock, in which they will drop off. And you heard communications from the teams here at Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room to stow baggage and tools before moving on to some get-ahead tasks, which will include additional imagery or taking photos of an ammonia line, as well as potential APFR evaluations, that is an articulating portable foot restraint, before the close of today's EVA. Now 5 hours and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams. Everything has been going swimmingly, so much so that they have been moved ahead of schedule. They accomplished their 4 key tasks, which were to replace a rate gyro assembly, remove and replace a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, install patches for the damaged NICER experiment, which went swimmingly, as well as together working on the work site of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, releasing beta cloth and ties to access a patch panel to gain some preparatory information on testing and tools and that configuration for future upgrades. But as mentioned, working ahead of schedule and diligently as a team all the way throughout, and now looking at a couple of opportunities for get-ahead tasks before completing today's spacewalk.
My crew lock bag coming in the hatch.
Okay. Mr. Caddy is stowed, so on my swing arm. You got the crew lock bag?
Can you do that one?
Yeah, I can take care of it. I'll get the book. releasing yours.
Yep.
Coming back toward you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all that stuff is down. Okay, I'm coming back out.
All right, and Nick, before you come back out, we just want to confirm in the airlock that we should see 2 PGTs, 2 crew lock bags, and the nicer caddy.
The large ORU bag. Correct.
First, the large ORU bag. Thank you for correcting us.
It's just it's wonderfully in my way in here. Okay. So.
On the backside.
On the backside, I'm coming out.
As you come out, I will take a look at your paper handle.
Okay.
Left is down. BRT tabs, left side are up. Your handle on your right side is down. BRT tab on your right is up.
Okay. Standing.
Great visuals there of NASA astronaut Nick Hague stopping by the Quest airlock.
Almost close.
The theme of the day, we would ask that you turn your HECA back to the on. Thanks.
Okay. HECA is green light on.
Okay, copy. We will continue to troubleshoot. All right, so for both of you, we see we have about 20 to 25 minutes before we want to bring you guys back to the airlock. And with that, we're just going to take these tasks as far as we get in that amount of time. So what we see is Suni with the camera is going to execute the Node 3 ammonia or the Node 1 ammonia line imagery task, and we'll start translation first. And then Nick, we're going to have you follow Suni to the Z1 APFR toolbox, and then actually stand by.
Right.
So,
up and over, out.
Up and over and down. Yep.
Can we start translating, Jeff?
Okay. We just wanted to confirm the tether config was correct. So we do see, Suni, you translating first out to Node 1 to take the ammonia line imagery, and then Nick following and then splitting off at Node 1 up to the Z1 APFR for an APFR eval.
Okay, copy. We're on our way.
Okay, so let me remind myself where I am. This one is there. Just come across here.
Great communication there between Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator here on the ground in Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, relaying the get-ahead tasks. And you heard that there was a little bit of time left on this EVA number 91 for NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague, and divvying up the tasks as they have stopped off at the Quest airlock and the crew lock to drop off various bags of equipment and tools, and then now translating or moving around the International Space Station, in which Suni Williams will then take imagery of an ammonia line, and together while moving off, they will split off, you heard, and Nick Hague will...
And for both your SA, we don't have good views right now, so you can continue to keep us apprised and let me know if you need any directions along the way.
And for astronaut Nick Hague, he will evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint that you saw them working on just before returning to drop off the tools of the airlock. And that is a visual of the airlock itself and the astronauts making their way around it before proceeding with these get-ahead tasks and additional tasks after completing the 4 key ones on today's checklist.
And Sunny, the first photo for you is actually going to still be on node 1. You're going to be head facing nadir on node 1 handrail 0107. And then I have a caution.
05.
I have a caution for you. There'll be no loads or translation into the fluid lines, MLI gap spanners holding the MLI in place, and Cygnus thrusters are a no-go for kick loads.
Cables here.
Jess, I'm at the B1 APFR for the eval.
Okay, copy, Nick. While I give Sunny some words, you can activate the pitch, roll, and yaw pedals just one direction and back to its original location and verify that those work.
Okay, and work.
Okay, I'm at 7107. Signator. See the cupola.
Copy, Sunny. If you've identified the MLI covering...
It's coming up right in my face.
If you... Yep, we're waiting for...
Yep.
Yeah, there's sunrise. We want you to identify that MLI covering the aftmost connector bank on node 3, on the node 3 starboard in cone, and then you're going to photograph and scan the MLI from the aft side looking forward. And Sunny, for you, we're really just looking for a box pattern, like overlapping box pattern, so we can put all the pictures together later. And Nick, for you, I do have a warning. There's a potential MMOD strikes, or there are potential MMOD strikes in the vicinity of that APFR, so let us know if you see anything and be careful with your hand placement.
Okay, got it. So far, yaw and roll are functional. No issues.
Copy. I heard yaw and roll functional. Can you confirm you've done pitch already, or are you working on that now?
Working on that now. Do you have final settings that you want me to leave this in, configuration-wise?
Yeah, Nick, we just want it to be back in the position that it was when you showed up. So if you move it out to check, just put it right back where it was.
Okay, Jess, you're just looking for orthogonal pictures, really, of this tide coming over, correct? Anyway, the sun sort of moved a little bit.
Copy, Sunny. Can you repeat that last?
Okay, I'm just taking orthogonal pictures, like between, for example, the Cygnus pedals and these lines, correct? So you can see the distance between the two?
Yeah, A-firm. If you're capturing Cygnus and the connector bank on node 3 and the cables in between that, then you are hitting that area of interest.
Okay, very good. What's next?
Okay, Sunny, the next location is going to be translating over to node 3, handrail 0619, and that's going to be zenith from where you're at right now, and then across the two gap spanners, the two diagonal gap spanners to node 3, and then at that lower gap spanner you should find handrail 0619.
Just the pitch knob is functional, no issues. It works like it's brand new.
And great news, Nick. Can you just verify that it is the pitch knob is back out?
Springs right back out.
Hey, Jess, I'm at 0619.
Copy from 0619, Sunny. You're going to photograph that MLI again, and then capturing the entire length of the MLI and the surrounding modules. Now, for both of you, we're 2 minutes to handover, and we might have some Radicom here for the next 5 minutes or so after that, but I'll ask you to repeat if I don't hear it. Nick, for you, we can do the active WIF eval now, so you can reposition for access to the active WIF and then tether to the APFR. And then we don't want to actually take the APFR out, but we just want to actuate the locking collar to make sure we can get it to the white on black position and that the paddles themselves can be depressed, but don't actually pull the APFR out.
Okay. I'll get in position.
Five hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk featuring NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague, as the two of them have cruised through their tasks, no issues, everything working swimmingly, and now operating on some additional tasks that have been assigned by the team here on the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The space station currently entering an orbital daytime period after just flying over Sydney, Australia, and approaching the west coast of New Zealand.
It's one handrail nadir of that current handrail you're at, and we're 20 seconds to handover, and it's the same photograph series that we're wanting.
Now looking at a live view inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy in the middle of your screen, being joined on support by Flight Director Elias Mirmo. For McElroy and our Vista flight team, they have been walking through every step of today's EVA that got officially underway at 7:01 a.m. Central Time. Jessica Whitner immediately to McElroy's right-hand side, the spacewalk communicator, and Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, the JAXA astronaut for today's EVA as well. As we mentioned, about 5 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, in which Suni Williams and Nick Hague have completed their assigned tasks for the day and are now getting ahead on tasks with the extra time available to them. For Suni Williams, that was the most recent helmet cam view that you saw that had her holding a camera. She is taking imagery or photos of an ammonia line on the Unity module of the International Space Station. And Nick Hague, you heard communications of him talking about yaw and pitch. He was evaluating and articulating portable foot restraint, an additional foot restraint after having done so on a couple of previous on this EVA as well. So again, the two astronauts ahead of schedule and able to accomplish additional tasks along their EVA procedures today.
And then the last thing for this eval is going to be tool stanchion collar eval. So you'll reposition for access to the tool stanchion collar, and then you'll pull that tool stanchion handle out and rotate the collar in both directions as the worksite allows, and then you'll just have to put the handle back to stow the stanchion back in its original place.
Okay, Jess, I moved to one away. I think the next one is one more up.
And Sunny, the next
617?
The next one is actually 0616, so it's a long handrail in between the two shorter ones, so it's directly nadir on node 3.
Okay.
And this position, Sunny, is the trickiest one. It's the closest you're going to get to the ammonia lines, so just using good BRT like you have to hold that position, and then just looking for the square grid photo technique as you take these photos.
Jess, the tool stanchion collar actuates just fine, rotates freely. It's back in its original position.
Copy, Nick, on the tool stanchion. So that completes the APFR eval. We would like to just get one more double check if you can read out the settings on that APFR and just one visual look over to make sure we don't see any MMOD hits.
We've got a clocking of 3. Papa. Delta 1.
Copy, Nick. We're good with those settings. So that completes that APFR eval. Unless there's anything else, we can get you heading back to the airlock.
No, it looks in good condition, and I haven't noticed any MMOD strikes on it, so be good to use.
Copy all.
I'm complete here as well.
Copy, Sunny. With that, we're complete with our ammonia line imagery, so you can restore the camera and then start your translation back to the airlock as well. With the tethers, we see Nick leading back, but he should be in front of you.
Okay. me, sorry.
Oh, you're good. We're out of the snarl.
Continuing our live coverage of today's U.S. EVA number 91, as you heard from the ground and spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner, that the additional tasks assigned for NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Suni Williams have been completed. For Suni, taking imagery or photos of an ammonia line, and for Nick Hague to evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint aboard the International Space Station. Approaching now 5 hours and 42 minutes of EVA time. That got underway at 7:01 a.m. Central Time, 8:01 a.m. Eastern. The team has been working efficiently and cruising right through their assigned tasks. They had 4 major ones for today, including the replacing of a rate gyro assembly as the top task, removing and replacing a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, patching up a damaged portion of the NICER X-ray telescope to allow for that to be fully operational once again, and then assessing the work site and potential for future upgrades to the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And as mentioned, the assigned the additional tasks they were able to squeeze in because of their efficiency throughout the day today were to take imagery of that ammonia line on the Unity module and evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint. Now you see the imagery right there of astronaut Nick Hague. He's the one with the red stripes on his uniform. You can see that illustrated on the legs of his spacesuit. This view from Suni Williams is the two standing just outside the Quest airlock and looking to begin their journey back inside the orbiting laboratory. And there you can see the team that has been working with the two astronauts every step of the way today, led by Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy there in the middle of your screen, Flight Director Elias Mirmo, who will be directing the next U.S. spacewalk. That'll be occurring a week from today. There for support, Jessica Whitner just down that middle row. She's acting as the spacewalk communicator, relaying all instructions up to the crew outside the International Space Station, and Aki Hoshide of JAXA as the COTCOM for everyone inside of the space station. And just behind in that back row, you see Farouk Sabor in the back row to the right, the spacewalk lead officer today that's been helping orchestrate a lot of these tasks and seeing what's available for get-ahead opportunities for the two astronauts.
Okay. I am in.
Okay. All right, Nick, Suni, just had a quick handover there. We're back with you now.
Suni has her weight tether down to the airlock D-ring extender, get close by lock, and got a good path, so I'm going to release her anchor hook.
Copy all.
I'm in, Jeff.
And Nick, you do have a go to
Your
retrieve
tether
the
pack
anchor hook.
coming in.
My tether pack is coming in.
Yep.
I've got it.
Okay. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put my waist tether there. Hey, gate closed, block on block. With that, Jess, I'm going to release my safety tether back.
Yeah, copy, Nick. We heard black on black for EV2's anchor hook on your waist tether, so you have a go to pick up your hook.
I put my waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Both of ours are today.
Okay.
D-ring extender.
Copy, understand the config now. You still have a go.
Okay, my anchor hook is picked up. Swing around and come in feet first. You're clear of the bag.
I'm clear.
waste is in.
And there's an excellent view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Suni Williams as you're seeing them start to re-enter the Quest airlock and the crew lock portion of the International Space Station after completing a multitude of tasks outside of the orbiting laboratory. You can see at the feet of Williams, Nick Hague backing in to place. They were talking over their tethering configurations on how to make sure that they are properly attached and safely attached to the International Space Station.
There's up here.
I've got the thermal cover rets attached to the D-ring. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines.
Copy, Nick. And can you just verify that the magnet is engaged?
The magnet is engaged, although it does not want to stay very well. Hang on a second. There's a flat cloth over it. Okay. Magnet's engaged.
Okay, copy. Can I get both of you to turn off your HECAs?
It's coming off.
HECAs off.
All right. Both of you can remove your SCUs from their stowage pouch and then remove your DCM cover and connect your SCUs.
Cheers, by the way.
Nope.
Right there.
Man, coming from everywhere.
Yep. Trying to get the tethers out of there and give you your...
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Okay.
Fine.
That's yours?
Yeah, fine. But here's the...
And there you heard the communication from Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator up to the crew as they have now begun the ingress process or returning inside the International Space Station after a hard day's work out and about the orbiting laboratory in the vacuum of space, completing the 4 key tasks and an additional 2 tasks on today's spacewalk. Now approaching 5 hours and 49 minutes of EVA time as, again, the crew aboard the International Space Station, both Williams and Hague in their suits, but their support team of Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit will be awaiting for them. And there they are right there looking through the hatchway. They are in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock portion, and they're looking through the window at both Hague and Williams as they make their way back inside the International Space Station.
Just a couple.
And Sunny, we copy the
Give
couple
you
of
one.
like...
SCUs connected and locked.
Not much, just a couple.
Sounds good. We are not concerned down here, and you can continue.
Okay, Jess, we're both hooked up to SCUs.
Okay, copy, Nick. Thanks for clarifying that. At this time, you can go switch water off the forward position, and you can expect an H2O is off message.
And message received. Water's off.
Message received also. Water's off.
Copy. Last caution of the procedure. We're not going to close the hatch until the water has been off for 2 minutes, so I'll get back to you.
Okay. Job.
Nicely done. Talk to me about that APFR afterwards.
I will.
Eat my lunch.
System shake violently.
There you go.
Some fun and friendly words exchanged between astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams as they return inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock and continuing with their ingress portion after a hard day's work on EVA 91 outside of the International Space Station. You are seeing the other portion of the Quest airlock, the equipment lock that NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, who is in the center of the screen, looking through the window of the hatchway and peering in to see what astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams are up to, alongside with Don Pettit. They are the IVs, or intervehicular support team, for today's spacewalk. They help the two prepare, get dressed in their spacesuits, along with their pre-breathe portion of their preparations before egressing out into the vacuum of space, and await for their crewmates to return here in the next little while.
All right, Nick, Suni, that's 2 minutes. So, Nick, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of any hardware and tethers, and then verify the handle position per the hatch decal. And when that's done, you can close and lock the hatch.
Work.
Now just a little over 5 hours and 52 minutes into today's EVA is the crew of Suni Williams and Nick Hague, two astronauts EV1 and EV2, out and about of the International Space Station, completing a multitude of assembly, maintenance, and upgraded tasks, and are now back inside the crew lock and awaiting the next steps of the ingress portion of today's spacewalk, or their return inside of the orbiting laboratory. You're seeing a live look from inside the equipment lock, the other half of this airlock, the Quest airlock, in which their support teams on the other side of that hatchway. That is Barry Wilmore, NASA astronaut, looking in and keeping an eye on both Hague and Williams, and Don Pettit immediately off to his right-hand side.
Okay. Latched and locked. Hatches closed, Jeff.
Copy, hatches closed and locked. Suni, on the UIA, we are going to check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves. 2 are open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 are open.
Copy, switch power EV1 and 2 valves to on.
Power EV1 coming on. LED is on. Power EV2 coming on. LED is on.
Copy, Suni, can you check that EV1 and 2 volts read 18 to 19?
Confirmed 18.6 on 1, 18.6 on 2.
Awesome. Both of you, please switch power now to SCU and EV. Expect warning tone.
I'll wait for you.
Okay. I'm in SCU.
I'll get that back. Hold on. Wait. Bring it.
It's the toughest switch through I have to do. Hold your arm in half 3 times in order to make that throw.
SCU, 82 SCU. Me?
Yep, I heard you.
Okay.
Jess, we're both in SCU.
Okay, copy. Nick, Sunny. With that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here and hand you back to Butch. But before I do that, I just want to take a quick moment to congratulate both you and the entire team today on a safe and really highly successful EVA. Some of these tasks we accomplished today were really a long time in the making, so it really was the combined efforts of both the team on orbit and the many, many teams on the ground that made today a reality. So I just want to say thank you all for dedicating the time and the effort that you did. And congrats, Nick and Sunny, on the completion of your 4th and 8th EVAs, respectively. Job well done.
Thanks, Jeff. You did an awesome job today. And, those are great words. As you mentioned those teams, it flashes through my head seeing the faces and the smiles of all those people support us at the MDL and the VR lab and Building 9 and the team that makes this happen is it's just really special to be a part of it and get to do this with them. We're about 2 months short of the 60th anniversary of the first spacewalk, and it's just really cool to be part of that legacy and do our little bit.
A couple words also, if you don't mind, Nick.
Fire away.
It's a huge team, but also our families. Thank you to them. Mr. This budget sister, particularly on the 60th anniversary of spacewalking. Happy birthday to my husband, Mike.
Hey, happy birthday, Mike.
All right, Butch, I think we're back with you.
And Houston, just confirm you want me to pick up from here.
Yeah, affirm. Thanks, Nick and Sunny, for those great words. And Butch, you have the com.
Fantastic. Well, Uha and Gizzard also want to send happy birthday wishes to Mike. And with that, we're going to step into get you guys in here. So both of you, O2 actuator to press.
Copy.
Verify O2 pause press is displayed.
Good.
And you just heard from the crew aboard the International Space Station and NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams as they are returned to the crew lock with some joyous words of their day today, and truly a team effort from those up aboard the International Space Station and those teams here on the ground. Approaching 5 minutes and 59 seconds of today's EVA as the support teams aboard the orbiting laboratory. Butch Wilmore, you see to the left, Don Pettit to the right, just outside of the hatch, and just on the other side is where Hague and Williams await as they continue to begin their ingress procedures to return inside the orbiting laboratory.
And that's EV1 and EV2 both in press.
Affirm.
Pause press is displayed.
Yes.
All right, Nick, check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
It is closed, Butch.
Okay, we're going to start throttling the equalization valve, so let us know if we need to stop.
Will do.
The start time is 1900. The score is second row track. The total is 1.5.
Okay.
Copy, Butch. shore.
You just heard the call for today's spacewalk that has officially come to a close at 1:01 p.m. Central Time, 2:01 p.m. Eastern Time, and that puts today's EVA at exactly 6 hours long for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams. We'll bring you updated stats in just a couple of moments, but again, that official end time and repressurization of the crew lock began at 1:01 p.m. Central Time at 2:01 p.m. Eastern.
All right, good timing. Thank you, Aki.
I never turned on my glove heaters.
Neither, me neither. This is a nice temperature all day long.
Yeah. How's it good?
Not too cold, just right.
Yeah, I never had to touch the TCD once we went out there.
Yeah, me neither.
You guys, let's check your glove heaters are off.
One's off.
Gloves for any contamination.
No contamination.
No contamination. There's nothing on my gloves.
4 seconds in our 2-minute wait. Houston, pressure appears to be holding stable. Do you agree? Check in. Give us another minute or so. We'll get back to you. Okay, sounds good. Standing by. Stand by another minute, guys.
Standing by.
Y'all are still feeling good, right?
Feeling good.
Good, good.
Houston, while we're waiting, just confirm, before we actually continue to repress, we're going to go O2 actuator to IV and step in. Is that right? Remember. And, but you are correct, and we are good to continue at this point. Okay, fantastic. Well, that brings us up to step 10. If both of y'all are feeling well, you go O2 actuator to IV. Let me know when you're there, and then we'll continue the repress.
DD2's an IV.
And one's an IV.
All righty, here we go. IV hatch equalization valve. We're going norm to continue the repress. Expect alert zone. Cheers, guys. Yes, sir. 9 PSI.
Happy 9, feeling good.
And PSI. Thank you. 11 PSI. Twelve PSI.
It's lunchtime.
Lunchtime. I have all the meals all at once.
Yep. Brunch, dinner, all in one.
13 PSI.
Happy 13, feeling good.
Same here.
It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's like a blender.
Yeah. Blender. We undo from the hearing extenders so they don't
I don't think we're going to float away.
stuck like a
TDT is 0. You'll expect an alert tone.
Okay.
Free.
Thank you.
14 PSI.
We continue our live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 91 as NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague have returned inside the crew lock after an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today that saw them accomplish a multitude of tasks. And as we update the numbers with that time frame, today the 273rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. As we hear Butch Wilmore and the internal team inside the International Space Station continuing to monitor the repressurization of the crew lock to bring both Hague and Williams back inside. Today's spacewalk for those two was the first out of station this year and the second spacewalk during Expedition 72. It is the fourth spacewalk of Nick Hague's career, and his new totals now are 25 hours and 56 minutes. The eighth spacewalk of Suni Williams' career, totaling now 56 hours and 40 minutes. And as mentioned, today's spacewalk lasted exactly 6 hours on the button, starting right at 7:01 a.m. Central Time and ending at 1:01 p.m. Central Time. And with that, in total, today, as we mentioned, the 273rd spacewalk in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the total time of that approaching 1,729 hours, 13 minutes, or the equivalent of, at the bottom there, 72 days, 1 hour, and 13 minutes of spacewalking time for the International Space Station. And there you see the beautiful views of the hatch opening. Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore ready to welcome back inside the equipment lock Nick Hague and Suni Williams with some happy hugs as they make their way back inside the orbiting laboratory. That is Commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, entering in first. And there you see the top of her helmet, and then just past that, you see the feet up above the top of that crew lock belonging to astronaut Nick Hague.
We're still seeing no pain.
Continuing to monitor the ingress of astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague as they have returned from
outside the International Space Station for U.S. spacewalk number 91. Suni Williams right there in the foreground, and Hague out in the background. You see his feet floating towards the top of the crew lock as they enter and get assistance from their internal support team of NASA astronauts Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore. Right now they're taking off the safer units on the backside of Williams's uniform. Those are the simplified aid for EVA rescue should they have needed them for additional safety assurance outside of the International Space Station. That provides them stability, thrust, and maneuverability should they become untethered. So as they adjust for Suni, they will make sure that they have everything squared away before reattaching her to the equipment lock. And you are watching continued coverage here on NASA Plus as EVA 91 starting to wind down as NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Suni Williams, has the first one to enter the equipment lock. And her colleagues, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore on the right side, Don Pettit on the near ground, assisting Williams back up on the rack and inside the equipment lock, and astronaut Nick Hague, who joined Williams for an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today, awaits his turn inside the crew lock just through that lidded framework. You can see his feet and those red stripes so faintly floating before he can make his return inside the International Space Station as well. And again, this was the 8th spacewalk for Williams, the 4th for Nick Hague. Bringing up their overall totals for Hague, 25 hours and 56 minutes out in the vacuum of space, and for Williams, now 56 hours and 40 minutes in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We'll continue our coverage and keep things here right on NASA Plus as we watch the two astronauts return inside the space station and make sure that all systems are good with those two. And of course, we'll recap today's events as teamwork on display for both Hague and Williams, the team inside the International Space Station and the teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, and many more on the ground supporting today's EVA that saw the accomplishment of 4 key tasks as well as 2 additional tasks thanks to the efficiency of all those involved during today's spacewalk. And there you saw the removal of the safer unit on the backside of the spacesuit of Nick Hague. Hague on the right with the red stripes towards the top of that backpack-like structure of his suit, and Suni Williams just across the way of the equipment lock inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. Great to see those congratulatory handshakes and hugs for the two astronauts after completing a 6-hour spacewalk today, US EVA number 91, in which they were able to remove and replace a rate gyro assembly, the number 2 unit that helps measure the International Space Station's vehicle motion, and also the rotational rate, and provide that data for better calculate orientation of the orbiting laboratory. They would then go on to remove and replace a planar reflector that was on the zenith side of the Harmony International docking adapter. That would be the spacing side of that port, to help with the communications for visiting vehicles for their approach to and docking procedures connecting with the orbiting laboratory. And then the two would then move on to install patches for the damaged NICER X-ray telescope, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer. And then the two would move on to the alpha magnetic spectrometer setup to look out for future EVA opportunities, preparatory tasks to upgrade the alpha magnetic spectrometer, or AMS. And with that efficiency and the teamwork of those two and their guidance and teammates inside the International Space Station and those on the ground, they had extra time and were given additional tasks in which they were able to complete imagery of an ammonia line on the Unity module and pick up those photos for future use, as well as take a look and evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint unit also on the outside of the International Space Station. Now you are looking inside the equipment lock, the crew lock just past them, where both Nick Hague on the right side, Suni Williams on the left, would re-enter the International Space Station and are now being assisted back onto the racks by their internal support team of astronauts, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit.
station, do you want pictures of the gloves while they're pressurized? Stand by.
But we do not need pressurized glove photos, only for unpressurized, unless there's something specific.
Hang on. Gloves look good. Okay, then we're up to step 19. You ready?
We are go, step 19.
You're looking live inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we have a temporary handover of communications with the International Space Station between satellites as the U.S. EVA spacewalk and Flight Director Nicole McElroy keeping eye on NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Suni Williams, who have completed a 6-hour spacewalk and have since returned inside of the International Space Station with assistance from Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit, who are assisting them in the removal of their gloves and helmets. And we will keep coverage here on NASA Plus until that removal and take a look ahead at what's to come and future U.S. spacewalks. The next one just a week from now. And there you can see the return feed coming from the inside of the equipment lock as Suni Williams on the left-hand side completing her 8th spacewalk today. Nick Hague on the right completing his 4th.
Airlock Houston, Don, if you can see it on your right, if you look below, downwards, there was a battery pack that was floating downwards. Good catch.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you can see from inside the Quest airlock, the helmets and gloves have been removed from NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague after completing a 6-hour spacewalk, U.S. spacewalk 91, completing a multitude of tasks in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. That'll conclude our coverage for today's EVA, but taking a look ahead at what's to come for future EVAs. The next one, U.S. Spacewalk EVA 92, will be a week from now, Thursday, January 23rd, and starting at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. That'll be 5:45 a.m. Central Time. And again, that'll do it for our coverage today. Thank you so much for tuning in and staying with us for this 6-hour EVA, a successful one and a good day to go for a walk outside for NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Nick Hague. And you can follow along with all the latest updates on nasa.gov. This is Mission Control Houston.